better remain here until nightfall.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only. This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who takes blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
closed.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here! My head's spinning.
Oi! Come out, you coward! Clever fucking beast!
It's locked, all right. I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Die, vermin! There's one of them vermin!
A strength I never knew I had.
He's dead, all right. Leech spotted! Watch out! Oh, God, no!
Every fiber of my being is afire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body. My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this. I cannot enter. It's locked. The dizziness from the jump. I can... control it. It's locked, all right. It's locked. I have this thirst for blood. What will London have to say to me? It's locked, all right. I've so many questions unanswered. Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant. Fresh blood. The smell is so strong. Where has everyone gone? According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail. At last, a little life. Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bowl, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
I'll leave you to your bottle then. Whoever he may be, the killer recently entered this bar.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business, you hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
There's gotta be something.
Hello, sir.
Get out of this.
Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom, then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, and now all these terrible murders.
The murders? What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far. Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm.
Say it, the vampire.
Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor? That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
No, we are not. I seek the cruel predator who brought this upon me. This is my personal affair.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again. Go hunt your shadow.
I should just run as far away from the place as I can.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
No longer stirs me.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your bottle then. I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city. There's nobody here. There is no one in sight.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight. And I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. But my God, his eyes... his face... He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
It's a good thing you cannot see me
I hope
now.
I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
You again. What can I do for you?
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Who is he?
William? Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
It's a good thing.
Are they stupid or something?
Me now, Mum.
I've never even been to India. I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
Would you be so kind as to leave the room?
Something can be done to get out of this.
He didn't deserve this.
No.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Damn it. I think Drew.
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. What's this? Some sort of note. Blood and... These men... There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Over there!
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
Shut that foolish mouth of yours. You ever know McCullum to be wrong about anything?
Right. No time I can remember. But I've only been part of the guard 3 weeks to the day.
All the more reason to shut it, Mr. Billy. If the man says a bloodsucker's dug in here, you've got one job, and that's to find it. And find it fast.
Fair enough, Tom. But why do they hide where it's so damn cold? Ain't safe here for a gentleman. I said over there! One of them vermin! This one! This one's tough! Oh, Christ! It's a leech! Kill it! Steady, boys! We've got one over here! He's done for! No!
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
I'll not betray your trust. First, you see, I'll need a drink of thirsty, William. As one, we shall overcome this. We've done it before. No. I've had a drink. Outside tonight, did not quench my thirst. I must have more. Oh dear God, not again. William, please stop.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
Dearest friend.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
William, please, stop. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
We knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
Better. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood. It's locked.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... what manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed. A surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again. From a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
You can do better than that. Now, it's my turn.
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seed of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
dance with him the dance of life and death.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
What happened? Whoa, I feel giddy.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
I cannot enter. Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett's, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office down again.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation?
This hospital don't...
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
I'm not one to make wait, Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office.
Thank you.
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been...
I would like to ask a few questions. If you could point me in the direct...
Second floor of the hospital, left...
What kind of man?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have...
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better...
Apologies, I've only...
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate...
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in.
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a...
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
Good evening, sir.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hook.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hook.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have...
So what do you do?
I've been an ambulance driver...
Since you're on the front line...
It's a complete disaster.
It sounds like...
Yesterday I got attacked by the...
You left and...
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor.
Are you really smuggling?
And why not?
But you're not...
You keep it...
How is this...
You want to hear...
Are you really smuggling?
And why not?
But you're not...
You keep it...
I'd like to see...
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
At least that mistress of the dark stopped following me.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
I wonder why the Goswicks came here in the...
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Well, it's a euphemism.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't...
I wish I could believe you.
How would you describe...
It's
How is the Pembroke...
Not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual. Especially
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation.
Why does Milton dislike Doctor?
I don't know. Just ask...
How long have you been...
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but...
How would you describe... You must get a hold of yourself.
Sorry. I'm exhausted. No one has...
How long?
Or long it...
You'd be... How long?
Or long it...
You'd be... How is...
Well, not...
Goodbye, nurse. Good evening, sir.
Unless you're here to fix my face.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently...
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty...
How is your stay?
Oh, it's bliss.
Can I ask you
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't...
Who is treating you?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me.
You don't seem what?
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's...
Can I do anything?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills.
Where were you stationed, sir?
I really don't want to...
No offense. I was pushing too much.
You were an officer, weren't you?
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood. Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it?
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory.
You remain...
Thank you, Doctor. That...
How did you end up in William Bishop's...
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place, and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place.
I'm just a man trying to help his friend.
Do you know Tom Watts? The bartender from the
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities...
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing...
What is the general
The situation has always been tough.
Has the gang been...
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know.
Who leads the...
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Dooth Digby.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton?
I feel exhausted.
You're in good hands.
Thank you, sir.
What do you do for a living?
I manage a night asylum for the poor.
Why didn't you use your cross against William?
That's a very strange question, Doctor.
Are you a priest, Mr.
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith, willing to...
Have you made friends?
Not really. But I recognize Miss Harriet.
You never came to see her here.
You're preaching to the...
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll...
Disgust on every streetcar. The daily routine.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the news...
Your name has no meaning to me.
I beg your pardon.
What are you begging for, mortal?
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm...
Well, Dr. Reed.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft?
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal?
I'm curious to know who you were before...
No, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember.
I'm assuming you must...
It's only a cover. To hide...
Who are these enemies?
I cannot say for sure.
The staff here are not your enemy.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who...
I see. Don't worry. These...
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no...
And why do you believe you're...
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am.
Please, describe to me how you feel.
I can hear my body crumble from...
I see.
Never.
It's a mental illness.
Delusional, you say? Sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'll leave you.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working...
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival.
Thank you.
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about...
I'm a great admirer of your work.
I based my technique on my mentor...
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's...
As long as you're cautious and methodical.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am
What made you...
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired...
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible...
What can you tell me?
Well, it has always been an...
Do you need help with anything?
Well, yes, maybe.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh, no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what would...
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have... You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare...
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test.
Questions remain about our...
True. Please, I'm a great...
What made...
I'm not a shit...
It's always a...
This epidemic...
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him? Or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
As for me, I'm all right. Blundering idiot. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansey's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansey has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Are you satisfied?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleague...
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. Tell me about yourself.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed.
I was more curious about what you were doing
I'm a carpenter.
Tell me about the doctors.
They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is, I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
Tell me more about the death of your wife.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Blundering idiot.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mort...
What can you tell me about...
Not much to say. Just take care of...
Are you really that rich?
Yes, thanks to my husband.
May I...
I'm a teacher by profession.
What do you think of your reception here?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we...
Is there something in particular that's... bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke hospital.
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bit?
Yes, and I paid without question.
I share your concern, Mrs.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mrs. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
No.
Really?
I don't want to talk.
I suppose that this...
Yes.
Could you at least tell me...
Mortimer.
Tell me about you.
I don't want to talk.
How painful is your...
So painful I'd rather not talk.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient...
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your...
Yes, maybe. But I don't...
How painful...
So painful.
I'll let you... Good evening, Mr.
I'm okay.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me.
Is your mother bothering you?
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no...
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but...
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed.
I have to go.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Reads me like a book.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs.
I will not let you down, my boy.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
And Mr. Hampton, the...
I gave him a sedative.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Will this shift never end? You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen. As for me, what a blundering idiot.
This hospital seems to be
My blood and soul.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Evening, Doc.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you?
And why not?
She could decide.
Then it's another good read.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Goodbye for now.
I have wasted too...
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
The daily routine.
Good evening, Miss Howard.
I need blood, Doc.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make...
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and...
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Here again.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor.
I'll leave you.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever. So many deaths. A lot of my own life. I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Not now.
It's locked. This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin. The flower's dying. It needs water. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Not now.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed.
It's locked, all right. Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody... So, Mr. Hooks and Nurse Hawkins are an item. Those two have hidden their affections well.
Good evening, Doctor.
And good evening to...
What do you think of Doctor?
He's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
In the circumstances, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I will not let you down, my boy.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
And Mr.
I gave him a...
Thank you, Nurse Crane. Good evening, Dr.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I'm quite busy, right?
Thank you for your...
What your last thoughts would be, sir?
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
We must...
Good evening, Nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here.
Dr. Swansea...
Did he really?
All members of staff have all...
I see.
You must know.
How are things?
Not good.
An invisible enemy.
Sorry, Doctor.
Do you think this hospital can
We are all volunteers here.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet.
Brilliant professionals. Most of them.
Most of them. Is there a problem?
It would be inappropriate for me.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please.
No. I may disagree with some...
Is there anyone...
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett.
Why should his age be...
I guess it's fair to say he's...
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore.
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration...
Goodbye, nurse. Call me...
The pain. I wonder why the Goswicks came again.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Doc.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Come on, I don't have all night.
Yes, Nurse Crane?
I'm so sorry. I know, Dr.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted.
What type of hospital are you?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and...
I may have a solution. In France.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly.
The storeroom? Fat chance.
Perhaps I should look there for...
It's the large building behind the hospital.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. The small door.
Yes, Doctor?
Exactly.
It really
Please, could you point...
It's the large...
Why then do you...
At the Pembroke, we're...
Lack of sleep.
London's trenches stop...
Your dedication to...
We staff get our sleep when we can, Doctor.
That's all for now.
Yes, Doctor?
That's all for now, Nurse Crane. Thank you.
Please come back later.
I cannot enter.
behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. This key will surely grant me access to the basement. Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful. These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after bloods. Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better... Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's locked. It's locked, all right. Tippett has made an agreed... Skulls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting. Tippett has...
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with fever.
Blaming me will not further your agenda, sir. How long's it going to take to fix me properly, a month?
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
What a blundering idiot.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
My sweet girl.
Dr. Reed, may I?
What can you tell me?
Every day
News on the...
It seemed to...
What can...
This hospital...
Can you be more...
Well...
For how long have you...
I first volunteered at the Pembroke in 19...
And before you were...
If you must know, this...
Well, Dr. Swansea certainly...
Not in an...
What about...
Dr. Reed.
How is...
Everybody...
I'll see you later. Good evening, Miss...
Good evening.
You seem worried about the safety of your family. And it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in the...
Again. So many deaths.
It's locked. Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must...
Nurse Brannigan...
She should not have told you that.
You don't have to blame her.
I'm not that kind of...
Nurse Brannigan... You don't have... Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die?
He was my patient. He died be-
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error.
Who was this patient?
I don't know.
Why not stop
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it.
Goodbye, Doc.
At least that mistress of the dark has stopped following me.
It's locked. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir.
A colleague? Are you?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana. Pawnbroker and humble guardian.
What do you mean? You used to be a doctor?
No, sir. It is just that I like...
Have we met before?
I don't think so.
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here after...
Are you afraid, or...
Why should I?
How did you get this job?
After I left the army...
An interest, sir. Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few...
Why close the hospital?
It was for sanitary...
Why do you have to watch?
Because these poor fellows have no names.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get...
Yes, sir. All kind of people.
Who comes here to trade with you?
I'm very cautious, sir.
What kind of...
With the quarantine, it's not all...
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in...
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while...
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death...
You're a wise...
No, Doctor.
Do you really believe goodwill can...
As I said, sir.
Quite depressing.
Yes.
Please show me.
Of course. It's...
It's locked, all right.
treats me like a book. I never could keep anything from her.
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you, you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
Safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
Good evening, Milton.
Good.
I have some good news.
What?
I retrieved your wallet.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway.
I'd like...
Wise choice, Dr. Reed.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening.
What's going on between you and...
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those
You do realize you could both get fired?
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many...
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you.
Maybe you're right. But we saw...
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see this city is crumbling down? Today, people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow, we may be fighting for food.
Goodbye, Milton.
I'm sorry you ended up on a plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
You don't mind if I search your pockets, do you, sir? You won't need any of these anyway. I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you. You see, no one has claimed your body, sir, so it would be Such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir. And I thank you for your generous donation.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes? Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
How can you be affected by the misery around you, and be so heartless at the same time? Which is the real you, Nurse Hawkins?
I could ask you the same question, Dr. Reed. Are you more real when you lie to a dying patient, or when you grant him useless medication?
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
Why
not?
How can you be—
I could ask.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
How dare you steal from the dead, Rakesh? Is that what your pawnbrokers is really about?
These people are dead, sir. What they possessed could be useful for the living. And I'm sure they would agree if they could speak.
You should show respect for the dead. What about their loved ones who may treasure these items you sell?
The bodies I watch over are the unwanted and undesired, sir. I would never deprive anyone of their family artifacts.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course.
Never ceases to seem peaceful and lost at the same time.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea. But my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away.
You mentioned...
Certainly.
That...
I feel it what?
Yet...
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for...
Since I'm the one...
Well...
Where do...
to be...
What do you expect?
What we need is hope.
Since you seem...
As men...
Must I take a lot?
You are a vampire.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays, but...
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory.
He was a Skal, technically speaking.
How do Skal...
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skal?
A Skal is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
We'll see each other.
flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised.
You're a the lady who saved me that night. Before...
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
So it seems our Dr. Swansea does indeed have a fascination for creatures of our constitution.
Dr. Swansea is a remarkable man. Dedicated, one might say, obstinate? He spent years compiling our bestiary.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient, or their family.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
We both are afflicted with a thirst for blood, Lady Ashbury. That is our nature. By vocation, we also have reason to visit the hospital. Logic dictates.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition. Is our little mystery close?
I think of nothing else.
My situation is
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round. Miss Jones, greet.
Again?
Now,
Well,
if you could just tell me why.
it's terrible, Doctor. What with
I see.
No one comes to visit, you know.
Have you noticed any suspicion?
It would be a great deal easier to make a list of things unsuspicious.
Come now, Miss Jones.
Have you no eyes? This
Everyone here is very capable.
thieves and murderers, the lot. People have gone missing here.
I'll come and visit.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the
The people who work here all come from...
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not...
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your...
Look around you, Dr. Reed.
Perhaps you did it with the best intentions, Nurse Brannigan, but...
You mean you've never made a mistake?
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing.
I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tippett's, shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view.
I hope you're right. This is a...
Dr. Tippett must regain...
Goodbye, nurse.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
Good evening, Doctor.
Doctor...
Have you heard of any...
I have no...
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening.
Doctor...
And why?
People who don't...
Do you ever think about that?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive.
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Doc.
That man was determined.
What a surprise.
How is your hot...
This is a shitty place with shitty staff.
What's wrong with...
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. Off.
I see. The nurses are... What's wrong with the...
Come on.
But you're a...
What are you...
How long do you think you can...
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't...
And who are...
I'm the leader of the wet...
Have you heard of any...
Blackmail? That's not...
I'll leave you.
We've dodged death so many times. Oswald, you can't just die like this.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Dodged death so many times. Oswald, you can't just die like this. Dodged death so many times. Oswald, you can't just die like this. What must I do? What must I do? This isn't even my neighborhood.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift? No matter how you feel about her.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate?
She could have been telling the truth about the mistake.
That old witch will end up in hell.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
so many times. Oswald, you can't just die like this.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
see the sky, feel the fresh air.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
What sort of creature is this?
Ugh!
left of him. Not a lot to check. Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Hey, Doc.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Goswell.
I'm okay.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospital?
Yes.
All right, then. This is the first...
Call it what you want.
You can trust me. I won't...
I guess I should thank you.
Can I help you in any way?
I wrote a letter for my mother.
I see. And...
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words.
How painful is it?
So painful, I'd rather not talk.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude.
I have to go now, sir.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor.
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime?
I understand you fear the legal consequences.
All my son needs.
Goodbye, Mrs. Gunn.
I will not let you down,
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, Nurse.
Good evening.
Goodbye, Nurse.
If only I were young again.
This lock's all right. It's closed.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Please open the door, sir.
Not a good place for a stroll. Wouldn't come any closer.
There's more and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye, but the guards recruit more and more every year. Easy, boys. More and more of these bloody
It's locked.
smells like rotten meat. One near, I know it.
Stay close, keep an eye on each other.
I'll kill it! Filthy fucking beast!
I cannot enter.
Help! The damn strangers are attacking me!
Get away from me! Don't touch me with your disgusting hands!
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
What happened?
It's all right.
A fellow Englishman.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, it's a...
You're very lucky.
Yeah.
You can find safety of sorts.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
leeches ever... Behind! Where'd he go? Over there! There's one of them Vampyrs! Watch out, murdering bastard! It's an inch! Kill it!
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
You have the money.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of a street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not...
What can you...
Nothing.
You mean you...
Yeah, I do what?
You don't have it?
Not since...
Perhaps you could...
I'm sick.
Do you know Nurse...
It's funny, I've been searching for her too.
Really?
Word is she...
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public...
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that...
A gun?
This elixir will give you faith again.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening.
Actually...
Then...
Oh.
Ah.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see.
What do you think?
Most...
Is there any... Do you know Nurse Competition?
Never met.
I'd like to see what comes.
Gangs are ruining this neighborhood, if you ask me.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid...
A gun?
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again. The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money. Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cure.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to. I will return later.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is...
Nobody at home. It's locked. I cannot enter.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nethercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned. I must insist, sir. Please let me see Nurse Crane.
I have no time for you, sir.
I must insist.
I have no...
Of mind. Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we can sort it out. Welcome, sir.
I am Doctor.
Doctor?
How is
business?
I see.
It's no secret.
As a merchant.
What you mean beside?
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I
Violence, is it?
Yeah. A few nights ago,
Where did this...
in the closed workshop.
Have you heard...
Nurse Crane. So the bitch really is a nurse, then?
Yes, she's a nurse. And quite a good one.
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Crane.
That doesn't explain what...
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away...
Right then. Excuse me, sir.
Another journal?
I'm not a journalist.
A doctor, you?
Really?
I'm Joe Pete.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town.
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you?
This part of town does have quite a reputation.
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the...
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards.
A job? So you're...
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice.
I don't care what you think, sir.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your...
Oh, do you really think he's the poor vic...
Have you heard of a nurse named...
Dorothy Crane?
Could you please tell me more?
She's a nice girl.
Goodbye, Miss... Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my...
I am Dr. Jonathan...
A scientist?
What do you mean when you say that I am more...
All science.
Quite a judge...
But you are...
Well...
As a doctor...
What do you mean?
The beast...
Really? And what would be your...
We must fight the disease.
What is left?
The cleansing...
What do you mean when...
All science...
Quite a judge...
But you are...
Well...
As a doctor...
What do you mean?
The beast...
I have heard... Good evening.
It's fun.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing?
God will recognize his own. More than once.
Purification by fire has proved useful.
Your lack of faith is...
You're mad.
My son.
Joseph...
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary...
What do you mean?
All
quite a...
But you...
I am. Have you any...
No.
Where did you...
I...
You sent him on some preaching crusade.
As a...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane?
I don't like the liberal...
So, you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale?
Nuns should be the only women allowed.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane?
Before coming to London, she was a...
I have heard enough.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part?
Sorry, I'm new to...
Dr. Reed.
Why are the newspapers a war? If no one stops...
Yes.
Why are there... If no one...
Yes.
What is a journalist doing in this...
He goes where none of his colleagues would...
That's quite honorable of you.
Not at all, sir. And that...
So you read...
Whitechapel...
Have you any...
I've had...
That science is unable to explain the facts doesn't mean there is no rational explanation.
I confess,
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Darby.
Are you sure you're not just
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby.
I don't know much about the man.
He has no
No.
Where can I...
He spends...
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him.
Really?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but...
Goodbye, Mr. Good evening, sir.
Please be my guest. Although I may...
Really?
I'm a pup...
May I ask what...
Not at...
But are you not a...
Oh, I should...
If you say so.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts?
Terrible.
What are you talking...
Do you remember...
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have...
Most people fail to understand.
Are you aware that...
But this is...
If some misfortune came upon you...
Well, you, for a start.
I understand your need for solitude.
I don't care.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, what...
The place is not beautiful.
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by
If you say so.
Such vibrant...
Vivid.
Oh, yes? The...
Do you not think it a little more...
On the contrary...
What can you tell...
Not much.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find...
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me.
And have you ever tried to learn more...
Maybe I prefer she remain.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be why...
I understand your appetite for words and macabre.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical...
May I ask you a few questions about...
Extraordinary...
I'm looking for Dorothy...
Dorothy Crane. Oh.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I'm...
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old...
I'll leave you alone. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. I know you understand what I'm saying. Tell me about Richard. Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. A stubborn and mute comp. Very well. Goodbye then.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to... Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice.
If you persist in investigating the most pox...
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell. Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this.
All right.
Don't you see we're on the same side?
I'm nothing like you.
Yes, you are.
I have to admit you.
It's locked, all right.
If you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard.
We've not been formally introduced.
I am Darius.
Do you have any...
Oh, no.
This war...
No.
Don't be embarrassed.
It's quite all.
How did you meet Nurse
I'm her oldest friend in...
You mean occupied?
Really?
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied.
I know my days.
But Romania escaped the...
But it's not that...
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and...
She seems important.
More than you can...
Tell me everything you know.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost...
Who is she, really?
She's not from around here, that's all.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man, for sure, but a very poor writer.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Pridgett?
Don't be stupid. If I had met...
Tell me
I do...
Did you refuse to publish Richard Nethercott's...
Yes. His manuscript is as pompous as he is.
You could have told him.
As a great writer...
Tell me Goodbye, Mr. Pridgett. What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy. Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor!
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, Doctor. We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could? Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside ma-
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
This is an unfitting place for the illustrious Dr. Reed. You shouldn't be here. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these...
But why Lady Ashbury?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing...
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest...
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
Are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Listen very carefully, Dorothy. You will erase from your memory everything you pretend to know about Lady Ashbury and Pembroke Hospital.
Let that rich bitch off the hook over my dead
Nurse
body.
Crane, enough. Listen as if your life depended on every word. I know you've a generous heart who gives freely to those in need, but you shall walk away from the shadier streets of your business.
I will never abandon...
Dorothy, the discussion has come to a close. Your clandestine activities in the Resistance are over. Let it go.
I'll let it go. Yes. All gone.